Good. All right. Good morning. Natural gas does look like it's ready for a long here, guys. It's gaining quite a bit of momentum. So I have no issues going along the commodity boil. The stop loss on the trade would be this volume shelf here, which is right around 296. If you close below on a daily close, that would be the stop loss. So right now it's a pretty good risk to reward. It's about just under 4% risk to reward. You also have that 7-day moving average that's keeping price action fairly elevated. So it does look like natural gas is going to start its potentially a little mini bull market run here. Um, Next critical resistance is going to be that daily 200 moving average at 341. You might get a little bit of intraday resistance here at this EMA, but that big one is going to be that 200 moving average. It'll kind of correlate with this previous pivot zone, this little breakaway gap, rejection here. That being said, nat gas equities, EQT. I've been eyeing up this one, but I've just been trying to wait a little bit patient. I thought we were maybe going to head to this trend line down below, but EQT getting interesting. Again, AR also getting somewhat interesting. Again, I would have liked to see it flush maybe this lower boundary trend line, but we don't always get what we want. Sitting on a 1-year moving average. RRC, that one's also looking like it could go a little bit lower, but trying to hold steady. All right, some movers after hours. Wolf Speed. Stock is just ripping to the high side here. Wolf is gapping up pretty sharply. Did hit a high all the way up to the 79 zone. So that one is full beast. Ticker Wolf. Interesting. Coherent. COHR. New all-time highs for Coherent. Can't keep it down, can you? Sheesh. QuantumScape. Trying to curl to the upside, building a nice rounding base. This one could make a run, guys, for this high pivot. 964. It does look like if the market holds steady, QuantumScape could be a little bit of a squeezer. Obviously, the semis are catching a bid today. That's pretty much what the market is, where the strength lies today is in your semiconductors. Handful of individual names, but the majority of the market is under a little bit of sell side pressure. You're seeing Nvidia, big gap up on the back that Jensen Huang is now included in the trip to China. That's obviously lifted our SOXX a little bit. They are off of their highs slightly. IGV this morning back under pressure. The likes of Microsoft seeing sell side pressure. Apple to Apple, that's under a little bit of pressure. Amazon slightly red. Meta is lagging quite a bit here. Tesla is actually holding up quite well, yet again, trying to maintain bullish price action. Tesla's probably going to try again if the market stays resilient here intraday. Tesla might try to make a move back for these highs. It is looking fairly strong intraday. Morning GLW stock is gapping up. The usual momentum plays are ripping this morning. LITE, Momentum Holdings, ripping. QCOM seeing a nice bid this morning. CE seeing a nice bid. And then you did have earnings from Tower Semiconductor. This is also adding an extra bit of fuel to the fire for semis. This morning, TSEM reported double beat. It wasn't really that impressive, but it's a double beat. Stock did gap up quite sharply there, or is gapping up so far in the pre-market. So semiconductors once again are catching all of the liquidity this morning. DT Dynatrace reported earnings. Stock is gapping down. Nasty sell. And you can see, even though it's a double beat, Dynatrace is not a thematic trade right now, and it's under a lot of pressure. What else you got? Ooh, Marriott, VAC. That was down more. Stocks under. ELV. Elevance Health still trying to shake and move here. Yesterday we saw healthcare really, really strong. UNH, XLV. J&J is just starting to get going here, guys. If this can break out through these short-term moving average, J&J should help the healthcare complex quite a bit. What's happening with Birkenstock? BIRK reporting earnings. Stock is under some sell side pressure. This looks like a certified short. Head and shoulders pattern below all the daily chart moving average. Yeah, new 52-week lows are coming in for Birks. Interesting. Yep, Birkenstocks is going to go lower. It'll have a little bit of support at the gap. But Birkenstocks looks like a big fat short, guys. Off that earnings. That's gnarly. This morning, Alibaba under some near-term pressure off of its earnings report. I guess it's a double miss for Alibaba. Let me just look at the graph here. Yeah, not the prettiest report for Baba. I'll throw up the graph of revenue in the chat there. Section considering Trump is in China with the US. NBIS also reported earnings, guys. Stock is seeing a pretty big gap up this morning. I wasn't really impressed with its earnings. This is where it also shows you how disconnected fundamentals are. The actual revenue report for NBIS forecast was 374 million. It came in at 50.9 million. So a huge miss on the revenue for NBIS, but stock is still gapping up. Crazy. So again, this is where an example where even though the revenue came in much, much lighter, I mean, the forecast was 375 million. It came in at 50.9 million revenue, which is an 86.4% miss on revenue. but the stock is still pushing here. Crazy, right? So tricky with fundamentals. Fundamentals are very tricky. All right, we also have EOSC reporting this morning. EOSC is seeing a gap up, big mover today. Looks like this one could also be a low equity momentum trade. You will likely see um, retail try to pile in on EOSC. It's now into this gap window, so it does look like a potential squeezer, guys. Um, hmm. Big bounce continuing on your semis and SPY here for the open. Wix is under some pressure, probably due to Anthropic. GLBE, Globe Online, WeRide, also under some pressure. WRD, yeah, Dynatrace you look at. Another day where gold is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, but silver's green. A little bit of a disconnect, right? Crude oil still trying to push up and break higher here. Crude oil is setting up for a potential inverse head and shoulders here, guys. Let's throw the 4-hour chart on. You can see the inverse head and shoulders clear. You got the right shoulder here. If this breaks out, we're heading to about 112, 113 on WTI. It's looking pretty strong still, in my opinion. Natural gas we discussed already. BTC is a little bit weak. It is getting a bounce, but Bitcoin on the precipice of breaking down here. Getting quite a bit choppy. Still trying to work itself through this resistance. Daily 200 moving average is right above it. Yesterday you saw Okla report. Again, it's a dumpster fire, burning cash, not profitable, but it's a small move. Uranium, that's still taking a bit of a breather. I'd still love to see uranium backtest this impulse green candle zone. Names like SMR got smoked yesterday. They're green in the pre-market. Let's look at UUUU. Yeah, UUU still holding steady. So it's very interesting with that PPI report. Yields are very close to giving us a higher high on the trend and breaking out here. PPI came in drastically hot. Markets initially reaction down, saw a knee-jerk reaction down in the S&P. I would imagine that we could still see some more sell side pressure with that PPI report. That was super hot, super hot. I think today we have to keep in mind that we're probably going to hear news announcements out of China at some point, whether it's today or tomorrow. So there's a lot of individual stocks that could catch business announcements, BA, obviously Intel, Nvidia, Tesla, the likes, right? They could all. Let's look at HIMS. HIMS yesterday saw a pretty big sell. It is negative in the pre-market yet again, seeing more sell side pressure. So HIMS probably wants to test the 50-day at minimum. That could happen today. We'll watch that closely. Copper is still hanging on to its gains, pushing for new all-time highs, super duper inflationary. Coming up into that upsloping trend line that goes all the way back to 2023. So it still suggests copper has more upside. If we look at copper stocks, SCCO got a beautiful breakout today. This is one that I'm actually looking at trading on the long side today. I think SCCO is going to catch a big fat bid. It's lagged a little bit. Freeport Macmoran has been a bit of a bigger mover. You know, these copper charts are setting up some vicious, vicious patterns here. Even if we look at Vale, this has a bit of indirect exposure to the copper trade, so it's also another cheap equity, right? So the three that I look at for copper plays, FCX I like to trade a lot, SCCO, and then Vale is more of the iron ore, but it has a lot of that copper exposure to it indirectly. So it's a little bit cheaper, only priced $17 for the smaller accounts. It's very volatile, just understand that, but it does have a decent amount of volume, well into the 30 million, and the chart pattern is setting up for a massive squeeze. This is a beautiful inverse head and shoulders. So we also continue to see wheat, guys. WEAT had that massive surge yesterday. Look at that daily chart candle. Weekly chart is looking spicy. Wheat is going to put some more upward pressure on the food inflation side. BG should be a major beneficiary of higher wheat prices, and then obviously your ADM, Archer Daniels, which are probably going to continue to see sell side pressure, or sorry, buy side pressure. So far, the market is bouncing back quite nicely. SOXX is up 1.7. IWM is currently negative slightly. IWM is going to be in this tricky phase where if you start to get inflation persisting, the market's going to have to reprice a potential rate hike, and the IWM should react pretty negatively to that. Micron up 5.1, that's ripping, sheesh, crazy. Financials are seeing some sell side pressure today. You got XLF, which was strong yesterday, down pretty sharply. JP Morgan strong yesterday, down. Wells Fargo down. So really it's your semiconductors catching all the bids today. You are getting some movement in LiDAR stocks today. OUST still trying to flag on the daily and break out, getting a nice gap up this morning. LIDR is another one that is trying to curl to the upside. Rocket Labs is seeing another push here. Big gap up over 4%. Quantum is slightly mixed, but flat to negative. Software, cybersecurity is down. Crypto under a little bit of pressure. GDX is seeing some sell side pressure as well. It's under a little bit. DDOG still pulling back. Snowflake still chopping around. Let's look at eVTOL stocks. Archer still trying to consolidate down here. Joby still trying to flag on the daily. Let's look at Google. Just gonna grab some more coffee, guys. I'll settle in for the open. So semis are sucking all the liquidity again today. SPY is lagging in a pretty big way. So QQQ trying to recapture the leadership again through your tech basket. We'll see if that holds. Markets are open. A little bit of initial dip down. You bet it started today. What does that mean? I think there's a strong chance the markets can sell off today, guys. That PPI print was nasty. They're really pushing liquidity back into semiconductors, while the rest of the market is getting slapped around today, but strong chance of a pretty deep sell in my opinion. Semis are coming in pretty sharply here, guys. Nvidia is still holding steady. Would not be surprised to see a pretty big sell. That PPI was nasty, guys. It was nasty. It even shocked me. I knew it was going to be high, but it was fucking dirty. All right, Intel seeing some sell side. Micron still holding above its pre-market low. AMD coming down into its pre-market low. They are selling it off so far. We'll see how much they want to take it down. So you got Tesla ripping, Intel, AMD still green, Apple ripping, Nvidia ripping, QQQ up 0.28, SPY, IWM negative, SOXX is up 1.89%. IWM is your weakest indice so far. Gold is negative, Bitcoin's negative, yields are mixed. VIX is pushing, dollar pulling back a little bit, but still green. Crude oil just consolidating sideways. Microsoft down 1%, Amazon down 0.7, Meta down 0.46. AMD piercing its pre-market lows while Nvidia is still trading at 225.74, ripping to new all-time highs today. Micron still holding steady. Alibaba got a big buy program off the lows. That was down significantly in the pre-market. Netflix is down 1%. Financials are under some significant pressure today. JP Morgan down over 1%. Uranium drilling, that's down 1.42-ish. Wells Fargo seeing AMD just went negative, guys. AMD is negative. Wow. Quite interesting to see that. Bitcoin still down 0.5%, but AMD had a fat gap and crack. Take a look at this. So it seems like they're selling AMD a little bit and obviously still pumping it into Nvidia. Interesting. Nvidia going for its pre-market high, new all-time highs for the behemoth. Pre-market low being tested for your SPY. Crude oil seeing a little bit of selling. Nvidia just flying. Apple flying. Microsoft, Amazon, Meta heavy. Google just went negative. SPY, IWM still lagging. QQQ green. Tesla's still green but coming in slightly. Intel still up 1.4. AMD down, Netflix down, JP Morgan down. You got a lot of selling under the hood of this market, guys. Micron's now starting to drill. Here we go. Again, that PPI was nasty. PPI leads CPI. So yesterday we got CPI. Came in hot. Today we got PPI, which is about a month ahead of CPI. That came in ultra hot. So what does that mean for the next CPI print? I'll leave that for you to decide. Lots of selling already, guys, under the hood. Micron coming in now. Intel's almost negative. Semis are looking like they're gapping and potentially cracking. Chop it down, baby. Chop it down. This market should not be green today. It's the last little, it seems like we're in this euphoric stage where everything else is selling, but these semis are still trying to hold. Marvell's still strong, up over 4%. But AMD is still rolling, Micron still rolling. Potential lower high on Micron intraday chart. So Nvidia is still setting higher highs. That still remains bullish because it hasn't had its earnings. But AMD potentially its first lower high right now. Micron still rolling. S&P has cracked its pre-market low already, coming up into that OR low. Got to watch Nvidia because Nvidia is disguising the selling in the market, right? It's up 2.72% right now. Nvidia hitting new all-time highs, market cap almost hitting 5.5 trillion, guys. Only 500 billion away from 6 trillion market cap. That is crazy. Crazy. Marvell still beast mode. Wow. Western Digital, SNDK, the usuals are still pumping. We are seeing lots of selling. Hitting the tape, guys. Gold is even drilling, guys. That's telling us that this could be a deep sell. Look at gold. Gold is getting hammered. Silver was green in the pre-market. That is also getting hammered. BTC seeing more sell side pressure, going for new lows. So we are seeing this market coming under some serious pressure. Oil still testing 98.30 on WTI. AMD just getting hammered right now. Coming in sharply on AMD. Intel's now negative, so a little bit more sell side pressure hitting your semis. Again, we need to see what Nvidia does. Micron's still holding steady, trying to recapture its pre-market low for MU. Is this going to be a head and shoulders that triggers on SPY? We will find out. Obviously, it's still quite a ways away. SOXX is still holding steady. AMD's trying to get a little bit of a bounce. A small rejection off its pre-market high for Nvidia. IWM down 0.65, SPY down 0.2, QQQ still slightly green, Google negative, Microsoft just drilling here. Microsoft, guys, is back under 3 trillion. Microsoft getting slammed. Software IGV getting slammed. The usual price action, right? Bounce trade coming back into the tape. Big buy program. BTC, guys, losing 80K. That's starting to come in. Big bounce on your semiconductors. Wow. BTC looking heavy though. Taking out yesterday's low. Interesting. Very cool. Big bounce on SPY. Big bounce on Micron. Let's look at that SOXX. Filthy beast. Intel back to the green side. You do have Nvidia starting to soften up. Alibaba turning the corner going green today. Interesting. Copper stock still holding strength and resiliency. EOSC up 13.3. NBIS up about 13%. Iron's negative. SoFi's drilling. Ford is having a good day. NVTS having a good day. Dixie are still somewhat soft here, guys. Intel's draining here, negative. AMD's negative. Marvell is just eating today. Holy moly, up 7.81% on MRVL. That thing is a monster. Wow. What's the news on Marvell? Sheesh. That's crazy. Crazy strong. What the fuck? Alibaba is making a nice strong push. TME, new lows. Sheesh. IGV still being drained. Microsoft, CRM, ServiceNow, all software getting pummeled. Financials are getting pummeled. The whole market underneath is getting pummeled. Your strength is in XLK up 0.37. Staples are green and healthcare is green. The rest of the market's red, guys. You got materials down, communications down, financials down, energy down, industrials down, real estate down, utilities down, consumer discretionary down, retail down. So there's only 3 green sectors of the market right now. Nvidia is starting to see a bit of 10-minute candle selling, still above its pre-market low. AMD, guys, down over 1% already. Possible head and shoulders trying to develop on AMD hourly chart. Has not triggered or hit the neckline yet, but if it does, it could be looking like a move down to 385-ish. Micron still holding its pre-market lows. Interesting. Marvell, sheesh, man. Testing 179, 180 almost. That thing's a monster. Heavy selling in AMD, guys. Big drop. Big drop. All right, semis are starting to come in here. A little bit faster. A little bit harder. What the fuck? I can't believe Pluto's. Micron still defending pre-market low. Semis are still looking heavy. INTC, guys, is draining here. Nvidia about to lose pre-market low. Intel negative, down sharply now, 1.8% down. Remember, yesterday we saw in the after hours Intel and Micron dip pretty sharply, and then all of a sudden we wake up to the futures announcement and they're pushing. SOXX is about to potentially roll over and go negative. Pre-market low. The next one to falter is Marvell and Micron. If those start to give it up, these semis are going to roll heavy here. We are seeing quite a big push down in the S&P. IWM getting smoked. Bitcoin getting pummeled here. Down 1.1, losing that 80K psychological number. Intel still draining. Nvidia coming in sharply now. PPI hitting the market. Are investors about to realize inflation being entrenched? Maybe. Maybe. Again, I did a video last night on PPI, showed the CPI table, and I knew PPI was going to come in hot, but I didn't expect PPI to come in this hot. SOXX is almost negative. Nvidia almost negative. Micron losing pre-market low. Intel, AMD still draining here. We were up about 200% there on our put options, guys, our SPY puts, but I'm looking for a big fat fucking sell. I mean, if we can hit our strike on SPY, we're looking at a 1900% gain potentially. It's a long shot, but don't doesn't require much capital to make a big return. We'll see if that happens. Intel, Nvidia is still coming in. SOX is about to go negative. SPY getting a nice bounce off that 10-minute EMA. Potential head and shoulders setting up. Obviously, it hasn't triggered. You want to give the markets the benefit of the doubt. Crude oil still hasn't really made a move yet. SOX is still green. All indices are negative. IWM is draining fast. Hard and fast. The Russell's coming in. Small bounce in AMD, Nvidia. Micron still an important metric. Coming into that pre-market low, they're still trying to defend it. Marvell starting to potentially lose a little bit of momentum. It's still your strongest semi on the session. Watching Marvell closely here. Intel down 2%. Quantum stocks are under pressure. Software still getting liquidated here. Microsoft underneath that 3 trillion, 40436 area. You got IGV trying to lose its gap fill from last Wednesday. SPY still looking pretty heavy here. Still seeing some buy side pressure hitting SPY. Bit of a bounce here. Pre-market low trying to be recaptured by your SOXX. Nvidia getting a pretty decent bounce here. Dollar is softening. Big bounce on SPY. MSTR is still pumping. LiDAR stocks are still having a decent day. Ouster up over 7%. INVZ trying to make a push. Google's having a good day. Google's up 0.6, Nvidia and Apple. So Google, Apple, Nvidia are your bright spots, your leaders. Microsoft down 1.3, Amazon down 0.3, Meta down 0.2, but coming back. Tesla slightly red. Natural gas still trying to make a push. BTC still struggling. US Dixie still seeing some sell side pressure. Markets are trying to defend. Pre-market low on SOXX. Micron trying to get back above its pre-market low. Nvidia getting a big bounce right ahead of its gap fill. Marvell going for a new high a day. That thing's a monster as well. Intel still struggling a little bit. But wow, Marvell's a monster today. Look at that. 179 up 8.97%. Oh, so that Marvell canceled Celestial AI purchase orders with Poet Technologies after disclosed order and shipping details created uncertainty around Marvell's business. Interesting. So big bounce back in your semiconductors. SOXX back above pre-market low. SPY still below pre-market low. So SPY still struggling while semis are trying to push. Marvell new high a day. Nvidia trying to get back above its pre-market high. Big bounce on Micron. Western Digital still negative slightly. Alibaba up over 5%. Wow. Look at Baba today. Sheesh, that was a dip buy and a half. Anyone caught that? You're laughing. TME lagging a little bit. Maybe it tries to play catch up. JD having a good push here, up over 6.8% on JD. How's Baidu doing? Yeah, Baidu showing its strength. So Tencent Music is the only one struggling pretty much in China landscape. PDD, that's seeing a big green reversal. Interesting. So yeah, China equities are moving today. Moving hard and fast. Big bid back up on your SOXX. SPY catching a nice bid. Tesla Meta green, Amazon green. Software's your lagger today again. Marvell's still squeezing above 181. Big squeeze continuing. Micron, what a fat bounce on MU. $20 bounce, $25 bounce. That's crazy. Crude oil is starting to try to curl slightly higher again. I think crude oil has a strong chance at pushing and breaking out again. Big rejection there off of pre-market low for your S&P. Still think the market has a strong chance at selling off today, deeply. For now, you've got some individual names holding, but still a ton of selling under the hood of this market, guys. A ton. Look at RSP. So what's interesting is RSP, guys, this is your low pivot from yesterday on RSP. Equivalent on SPY is down here. So RSP is already testing that low from yesterday while SPY is holding up. So you can see the relative strength. There's basically none today in the market, which means one thing, semis are continuing to eat and become super saturated. Marvell, sheesh, still holding. AMD looking pretty weak here, struggling intraday. Micron still holding steady. SOXX seeing some slight rejection off of pre-market low. IGV now down almost 2%. Tesla back to the red. NBIS still up 14. NVTS up 5.7. Quantum under pressure. QuantumScape under pressure. Iron drilling. SoFi drilling today. Plug Power drilling. Nokia still having a good day. EOSC still up 12.5. SoFi going back under 15. Interesting. Bitcoin, new lows, guys. BTC. If BTC is foreshadowing anything, it's telling us, man, they're going to drill this market. Look at that. Taking out yesterday's low pivot already. BTC looking real heavy. High, lower high. Are we going to take out and make a lower low today on Bitcoin? 20-day moving average is sitting at 79,106 currently speaking. All right, SOXX, guys, back under pre-market low. It's a certified short under pre-market low. NVIDIA is still holding. AMD drilling. Intel still down 1.5. Micron seeing some rejection off of its pre-market low, but that's still a stubborn-ass stock. Big bounce back up on your S&P. Semis still showing ruthless price action. NVIDIA pushing. Crude oil's curling slightly higher here. Natural gas, small pullback. Big push back up on your S&P. Still acting pretty resilient. Marvell's still up about 9%. Copper stocks are still ripping. Healthcare's green. Staples are green. AMD looks like it's gonna drill, man. Still a push here. WTI pushing pretty hard here. WTI trying to get through its pre-market levels. Marvell taking a bit of a breather now, losing the 180 handle. Intel still looking heavy, so is AMD. Micron still trying to hold pre-market low. Nvidia trying to hold pre-market low. SOXX is sitting right on pre-market low. BTC still draining here. S&P still holding steady. QQQ's flat, SPY's down 0.12, IWM down 0.6, SOXX is up 0.74. Crude oil bumping up into pre-market high. Meta, Tesla green, Microsoft, Amazon struggling, Apple's green, Google, Nvidia are still showing their strength. Small pullback in Marvell. Wow, Alibaba now up 6.2% and moving. Uranium down 2.96% and selling hard. Natural gas still holding steady up 1.83. Yeah, it does look like oil is going to give us a bit of a breakout here again, which could be what pushes the market over the edge here. It's been rejected off of this kind of 98.80 area, 98.90 area a few times throughout the morning session. Really since about 6 a.m. this morning, there's been three pretty decent rejections off this 98.80 area for crude oil. We'll see if it wants to get through there. Microsoft flagging, looking like a bear flag. IGV still trying to defend its gap, but looking weak. Market's just pinned here, right underneath pre-market low for SPY, right on pre-market low for SOXX. The dollar is still curling slightly lower. Silver and gold have detached a little bit. Silver is green, pushing, gold negative and dropping. SPY's making a big push here. Yeah, Meta's looking spicy. Meta's making a nice move, so is Tesla. Look at Meta. Maybe there's a Zuckerberg announcement coming about an inverse head and shoulders break on Meta. Does look spicy. Tesla, also like Love and Life. It seems that the communication basket, XLC, is making a big push here through Google and Meta. Netflix not really participating at all. Look at uranium here. Uranium struggling immensely. Intel still struggling. AMD still struggling. Micron holding steady but coming in off that pre-market. Nvidia trying to lose prior day. SOXX is still just pinned here at that pre-market low. SPY just pinned at pre-market low. We are seeing AMD selling off a little bit more. Crude oil, guys. Big spot for WTI right here, right now. Big spot. SPY's starting to gain a little bit of momentum. Man, they really pummeled TOS today. AMD still selling here. Intel stabilizing a little bit. Marvell still trying to push higher. Nvidia still sitting right on pre-market low. All right, here comes crude oil, guys. SPY might get slapped down here if crude makes a higher high. It's trying to trigger this inverse head and shoulders. It's looking strong. It's creeping. AMD, new low of day. SOXX is still hanging on by a thread to that pre-market low. Crude oil trying to pierce that pre-market low. So notice how crude is at pre-market high. SPY is sitting right on pre-market low. Micron starting to see some sell side pressure off of its pre-market low. NVIDIA sitting right on its pre-market low. Same thing with SOXX sitting right on its pre-market low, just trying to lose it slightly. Your DXY still curling down slightly. It's kind of an interesting disconnect. So SPY is trying to narrow the gap between the Qs. Qs are actually starting to deteriorate a little bit quicker than SPY, guys. So SPY is actually holding and gaining a little bit of liquidity while the Qs are starting to see some sell side. So we are seeing a bit of a disconnect once again in the market between tech. Tech is actually, well, has been leading obviously throughout this whole bull market, but we're starting to see a bit of rotation hitting SPY again. Crude oil still trying here. Looking pretty spicy on crude. SOXX is almost negative. AMD drilling new lows. You still have Micron seeing some sell side pressure coming back into its opening range low. NVIDIA still holding right on its pre-market low. Possible head and shoulders on AMD hourly chart. Look at that, head and shoulders coming up. SOXX, guys, going for new lows. Here we go. Crude oil pushing through pre-market high. It's going to be troublesome for the market if it starts to really gain some momentum. It's going to squeeze for prior day high here. And crude oil is setting higher highs, higher lows. Trend is still very, very bullish. SPY is actually holding up quite steady. All right, Micron just made a new low of day. MU, new low of day. QQQ is now underperforming SPY, so you're seeing a bit of deterioration hitting tech and semis. In bull markets, tech leads. Yesterday, we saw tech lag. Today, tech was leading in the morning, and now we're seeing tech starting to lag SPY. Just slightly, just some small, slight deterioration in tech. Semis obviously are still relentless. Marvell's still strong. NVIDIA's still strong. Mags are seeing some buy-side pressure. Tesla, Meta, Amazon, Apple, Google, NVIDIA are all green. Microsoft's your only mag that is struggling on the session, but it's trying to curl up. IGV getting a big fat bounce as well. Interesting. IGV is moving. Look at crude oil here, guys. Don't know how this S&P is still managing to hold steady, but it is. Crude is just a beast. Big push there on the market for crude, guys. That was a fat candle. Micron still defending its opening range low. NVIDIA still sitting right on its pre-market low. Marvell's trying to flag sideways. Intel trying to catch a tiny little bid here. Software making a bit of a comeback off of the lows. We'll see if it can hold steady. QQQ is back to leading SPY, so you briefly saw the S&P outperforming Qs, but now Qs are back to outperforming. But the question is, will that last all day? IWM is still nasty, looking real weak. Micron still going back down to its opening range low, seeing some more sell side pressure. SOXX almost negative. Small pullback on WTI after it had that 10-minute breakout candle. NVIDIA's still trying to hang on to its pre-market low ever so slightly. All right, rejection off of pre-market low for SPY. Got your US dollar trying to curl slightly higher. Intel is so close to potentially triggering a head and shoulders pattern here. Very close, sitting right on that neckline. AMD is very similar. Micron still holding steady. Nvidia still holding steady. Tesla's absolutely flying here intraday. Small pullback on Meta, pretty hard rejection and slap back down. Google's ripping as well. That thing is filthy. NBIS chopping around here. Marvell is still a beast today on the session. Look at Marvell, that's crazy strong. Wild stuff. Big push through on SPY. We do have crude oil inventories in about 17 minutes. So up 1.5%. It's now your strongest mag on the session. While it's fighting with Nvidia right now. Tesla's ripping. Marvell's still ripping. Your SPY's quietly pushing through that pre-market low. We'll see if we can get some consistent candle closes above it. Gold is still struggling while silver's pushing. BTC trying to claw back a little bit, still under 80K. QQQ's trying to go green, just did. SPY's still negative slightly. IGV still down 1.1%, but trying to claw itself back here. Microsoft trying to get back above 4 trillion, sorry, 3 trillion. Right at that 404.36, 3 trillion market cap club. Alibaba still ripping up 6.5%. Moving. SPY's actually looking very strong here, guys. Looks like they're defending that opening range low and pushing. They did a little bit of liquidity grab and pumping the markets. Strong chance we can test that prior day high as long as we can get some consecutive 10-minute candle closes above this pre-market low. QQQ back to the green side. Microsoft and software are trying to see a little bit of a comeback. Nvidia back above its pre-market low. You still got weakness in AMD, weakness in Intel. Micron still holding steady above its pre-opening range low. Marvell still a beast. Western Digital is struggling today. WDC. That one's drilling. How's Broadcom doing? Broadcom's under some near-term pressure. ASML. That's holding steady. SNDK. That's down. Let's look at Dell. Dell's struggling. QCOM. QCOM struggling just a touch. HPE. Wow. What stick was that? HPE. Sheesh. So early in the morning, we saw SOXX outperforming. SOXX was at the highs. SOXX right now is below its pre-market low while SPY is above it. So we're still trying to see a little bit of relative strength creeping back into the S&P. SOXX is still green, but underneath its pre-market levels. Crude oil, WTI, did bounce pretty sharply off of its pre-market high there. You can see a nice pullback on crude. Nvidia is still flexing its muscles. So SPY appears to be seeing a little bit of rejection off of that pre-market area. Dollar DXY is creeping up. Bitcoin back down over 1%. Silver seeing a 10-minute rejection candle. BTC still looks weak. Big push back up on crude. Your dollar's also reacting. Pre-market low. All right, so if this might be a failure, we'll see. Pretty important 10-minute candle close here for SPY, right on that pre-market low. Nvidia is still holding above its pre-market low, but SOXX is underneath its pre-market low. QQQ back to the negative side. IWM still drilling. Financial still pretty weak. Software still struggling. IGV getting rejected sharply off of the 88.50 area. Micron still holding. Intel still trying to hold. My goodness, BABA's now up 7%. China equities are flying. Sheesh. TME making a comeback now too, guys. 10-cent music's been lagging, but look at that 10-minute candle. That's filthy. That thing is crazy. Look at the Russell here. Yeah, Russell's putting in a potential bear flag to go lower. QQQ. All right, so SPY did get that 10-minute candle close above pre-market low. Seeing right away extra bulls coming in, slapping the buy. Microsoft, Amazon still negative. Tesla's Meta still holding steady. Google ripping. Nvidia still pushing. Apple trying to join the party. Up 0.4%. Intel catching a bit of a bid off of the 117.90 area. AMD still trying to hold that neckline. Big push here on your semis. So far, the markets are acting pretty resilient once again, considering PPI. Things are holding steady. S&P gaining some momentum. Semis are bouncing pretty sharply back above pre-market low. Intel gaining some momentum off of its neckline. SPY starting to really rip here. Nvidia is starting to push. The whole market is ripping. Ripper, ripper, ripper. IGV trying to push back higher here. Microsoft still underneath that 3 trillion. Financials still struggling. Big breakout spot for SPY. Coming up into this little neckline zone. Potential inverse head and shoulders on SPY if it can break out here. It's likely going to retest that pre-market high level around 740-ish. SPY's looking pretty strong right now. Crude oil inventories in 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Big surge in the S&P. Nvidia still ripping above 225, up 1.91. Google ripping up 1.8, and Tesla surging. Amazon's trying to go green. Meta's up 0.5%. Big push. Marvell's up 9.2%. That is a beast. Micron's still at 4.4. Beast mode. Uranium's trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Financials still struggling. Crude oil still flagging sideways. Big friggin' push on the S&P there, guys. Oof. Prior day high, big surge. Trying to break out the S&P 500 ahead of our crude oil inventories. SPY's green, QQQ up 0.3, IWM trying to climb back here, but still down 0.4. Dollar is curling down. Copper stocks are still ripping to the top side. Wow. S&P right on the cusp of a breakout here through prior day high. Crude oil is still flagging. Nice day for Oracle. Oracle's actually diverged quite a bit from IGV today. IGV trying to get through its prior day low. Oracle 2.13%. Nice push there. Let me look at this Oracle chart. Yeah, Oracle is still pushing. Semis are now starting to climb back with force. Palantir still getting annihilated. PLTR down 3.8. So that's a big drag on IGV. How are the rest of the cybersecurity? PanW's ripping, so that's gaining quite a bit. What about CrowdStrike? CrowdStrike's ripping. So mixed bag in software today. AMD still down about 2%, lagging, catching a little bit of a bid, trying to retest 440. Crude oil inventories in 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Solar stocks are moving today. Enphase is up 9.5. First Solar up 3.82. Micron big push intraday. So forecast for crude oil inventories is minus 2 million. Crude oil inventories coming in at minus 4.306 million. So pretty big drawdown there for crude. Distillates are okay. Heating oil is okay. Crude oil is small pop off of that print. WTI did briefly make a new high. Markets are still showing their resiliency. Market is still pushing here, trying to get through this breakout zone. Sammys are coming up here. Metco down 10%. MSTR is down 2.4. What's MSTR been doing? Still struggling. Wow, Mobileye. That's a ticker that has been in the slums for so long. MBLY crossing $10 today. Up 8.72. Big push for Mobileye. Why is saying need a pump until 2 p.m.? Well, we'll see. So again, that print on crude oil was pretty big. Drawdown of over 4 million. Markets are holding steady. Nvidia is starting to see a little bit of selling, retesting pre-market low. Home builders have been pummeled recently. Sheesh. Big sells there. Kimco. Wow, Humana's having a great session. How's UNH doing today again? UNH still ripping back over 400 for UNH. That's a beast. Home Depot is setting new 52-week lows. Interesting. Hmm. Cisco does have earnings after hours, and Cisco is trading into all-time highs, crossing $100. S&P's still trying to get through this breakout zone. Intel making a big push. Micron going for new highs. Big push here in the tape once again. Financials are trying to come back as well. Nice day for ARM today. That's up almost 5%. ARM. ASTS catching a bit of a bid as well. S&P still looking pretty strong here. Palantir trying to find a little bit of support. So that could help IGV if PLTR bounces here. Holding 130 right now. PLTR. Archer. What is Archer doing here? Archer's daily chart not looking too bad here. ACHR. Might take some. Marvell almost up 10%, trying to cross 181 again. Software still lagging quite a bit here. Microsoft still under that 3 trillion market cap. IGV still underneath its prior day low. Micron going for a new high, potentially a new all-time high for MU. Still have AMD lagging a little bit, Intel lagging a little bit, but it has bounced nicely off its lows. WTI, guys, crude oil is still just flagging sideways here, holding well above its pre-market high. It's surprising to see the S&P holding this steady. Once again, volumes coming in here on SPY. Let's look at the IWM. IWM still looking slightly vulnerable. QQQ trying to push even higher. Still got strength in Tesla. Tesla's a beast right now, just ripping. Tesla is going to likely sweep this high pivot here. Big, strong mover. Crazy. AMD seeing a little bit of rejection. Your US dollars trying to find a bit of support off the 98.50. Silver pushing, gold still ripping to the downside. Nvidia still holding above its pre-market low. Wonder where the bottom on Palantir is going to be. Palantir looks like it's going to take out those lows. This is a nasty daily chart pattern on PLTR, guys. It's probably why software's got lower to go. It's crazy. But there is relative strength in Oracle today. Let's look at some of these other components. ServiceNow, that's still looking weak. You've had a lot of people on FinTwit community talking about ServiceNow and how Jensen's telling everyone to buy, but this is looking like a certified bear flag on ServiceNow, like it's gonna go test the 70 area. It's looking nasty. Real nasty. Oh, pretty big rejection there on your S&P. Technically, the bulls want to see pre-market low get defended here on SPY. This 10-minute candle, we'll see if it gets bought up here. SOXX is still holding. You were Cabin saying, I wish silver just go straight to 300. SPY still slightly negative. IWM down 0.46. Qs are still up 0.2. Nvidia up 1.6. Google up 1.68. Apple up 0.2. Microsoft still looking terrible. Amazon struggling down 0.4. Meta slightly green but mainly flat. Tesla ripping up 2.9. Intel down 0.9. AMD down 1.93. Netflix still struggling. JP Morgan and financials still struggling. Wells Fargo down 1.26. Software still melting. Big dip buy on SPY. Big spot here for SOXX coming into prior day high. Copper stocks are still pushing. Wheat is still pushing. ADM still pushing. Tesla up over 3.2%. Marvell up over 10.3%, going for a potential new high of day for MRVL. Sheesh. Bitcoin's trying to find a little bit of support off the 79,500 area. Marvell still squeezing higher. Crude oil taking a bit of a breather. IGV still melting lower. Microsoft still draining. Nvidia curling higher. Semis are starting to push. AMD starting to participate in the bounce. Intel trying to potentially go green here. SPY still holding steady. Crude oil softening. Micron starting to see a little bit of softening in price. Tesla's a beast right now. All right, software's trying to catch a mini little bounce here. Palantir's trying to stabilize, still down 4.23%. I think the market is going to need software to break out here. If SPY wants to push here, semis have had a nice bounce. Intel pushing. I think we need to see IGV push SPY here if it wants to get through this zone. But Microsoft's still struggling immensely. And so is IGV. Your US dollar is trying to curl higher here. Ford is still up pushing here, up 6.8. Intel is now green on the session, helping SOXX. Intel's green. AMD still down 1.63%. Western Digital is now green. We're still seeing these LiDAR stocks, guys, pushing quite sharply, kind of trading with Tesla, but in a higher beta way. Ouster, Ripon breaking out here. LIDR still pushing. INVZ getting a nice breakout today on the daily chart, up about 8%. Somewhat strong. Interesting. You still have the majority of the sectors red in the S&P 500. XLK, XLC, and XLB are your green sectors. Your weakest sector on the session is XLU. Financial still struggling, energy still struggling, industrial struggling, staples are kind of flat to negative, real estate struggling, healthcare's flat to negative, consumer discretionary XLY. Surprisingly, even with Tesla pushing up this much, consumer discretionary XLY is struggling a lot. Amazon's trying to go green, Microsoft's still heavy. Looking at RSP. RSP is still trading at yesterday's lows. Considering SPY is well above its prior day low, RSP is still struggling. Interesting. Intel still trying to push higher. Nvidia is still pushing, curling to the upside. SOXX doing a good old-fashioned float and grind. Google still up over 2%. Nvidia up 2.24. Tesla back up over 3. S&P 500 still trying to push higher here. Software is now starting to participate. SPY is getting a nice breakout candle here, triggering that potential inverse head and shoulders. Pre-market high is around just under 741. Nvidia starting to rip. AMD starting to gain some momentum. All your semis that were struggling in the morning are firming up. Microsoft and software are starting to push as well. Market is still pushing here. So it seems like investors are taking that PPI number in a pretty good way. They are obviously thinking margins might increase. Richer business, higher margins, poorer consumer. S&P ripping, SOXX ripping, Nvidia going for a new high, Micron flagging, crude oil dipping pretty sharply here. Still green slightly, but pulling in quite a bit. Intel still pushing higher here. So we are seeing Microsoft trying to push a little bit, but IGV still remains pretty heavy. Palantir still struggling here. Semis are still ripping, like they're gonna test pre-market high, trying to fill this gap. Small rejection on the S&P 500. IWM still down 0.39. SPY slightly green. Qs are up 0.46. All mags are green except for Microsoft and Amazon. So if those names try to go green, if software tries to firm up, the S&P is going to get a really big push here. We've been grinding without software, so if IGV can catch a bid, the market's going to probably try to push for new all-time highs today. But it's a big if. Software needs to get moving to do a little bit of the lifting. Right now, semis are doing all the heavy lifting still. S&P 500 still pushing new high a day. Crude oil seeing some small rejection off of pre-market high. Nvidia testing its pre-market high. Super duper strong. AMD still trying to claw itself back. Micron holding above 800. Even with the big push in the market, RSP is still struggling, so tech is eating everything once again. SPY has filled its gap from yesterday. Nope. Markets doesn't seem to care. Strong uptrend still in place. Semis are eating everything. Yep, higher for longer. He's right. Yesterday was a generational dip. Nvidia going for new high a day, pushing through pre-market high. Intel still squeezing. Micron flagging. IGV starting to participate. Same thing with Microsoft, just trying to catch a little bit of a bid here, helping the S&P 500. S&P still squeezing. Semis are taking a tiny breather here. Nvidia is still charging for another new all-time high. Very close to taking out its high of day. Squeezing into that pre-market high. Google's just ripping. Tesla's ripping. Financials still lagging. Software still lagging. Oil still trying to defend its pre-market high. It's interesting. Piercing its pre-market high, still squeezing. AMD creeping up. Marvell still taking a breather. Intel taking a breather. Micron taking a breather. Nvidia now up 2.8% and ripping, crossing that 5.5 trillion. New high, new all-time high for Nvidia. Beast mode. Nvidia looking squeezy. Micron seeing a tiny bit of profit taking. Still softening. It's still slightly green, but coming in. Bitcoin's still struggling. Surprisingly, BTC not really participating today with the move. Software still trading down 1.57%. A little bit of an increase in volume over that last 10-minute candle on IGV. AMD making a move to the green side, trying to. AMD has had a really big fat bounce. Nvidia is still pushing new all-time highs. IWM still looks pretty weak here, guys. SOXX is still trying to hold steady. Marvell seeing some slight sell side pressure, still up 8.5% coming in from the highs. IGV, guys, is starting to gain a little bit more traction. Microsoft trying to get back to 3 trillion. Still currently under 404. Micron back under 800 bucks, losing a tiny bit of momentum for MU. Small rejection off of pre-market high for Nvidia. A little bit of selling hitting your SOXX. Does seem like there might be a small rotation happening in IGV here, as semis have had a tiny pullback. Software's catching a minor bid. Don't know if it's going to last. Palantir trying. Palantir could be a long down here with a tight stop loss, kind of, using this last 10-minute candle. Yep, IGV trying. Microsoft also curling here. MSFT trying. Still seeing Intel. Intel starting to squeeze here. Looking pretty spicy. Micron starting to see a little bit more sell side pressure. Intel squeezing. Nvidia still holding steady. AMD is still trying to push. Tesla ripping up 3.8%, going for 450. Still haven't seen any sort of a bid in your financials. They are making new lows on the session. JP Morgan, how regional's doing? Regional banks still melting. IWM trying to float and grind. XBI trying. Small pullback in Marvell. Micron. London closed in 10 minutes. You usually get that initial sell side pressure after London traders exit. All right, a little bit of distribution hitting NVIDIA, Intel, Micron. Software also curling down. Oil holding steady. Natural gas trying to move up here intraday. S&P still holding steady. Micron starting to see a little bit more heavier sell side pressure. This Bitcoin is still getting hit pretty hard here. BTC selling sharply. Interesting, despite the NASDAQ strength. Bitcoin coming in almost tapping that 20-day moving average. Sitting on 4-hour chart support. It's an EMA 113. You're seeing Microsoft guys trying to make a push yet again intraday, trying to climb back above that 3 trillion market cap. IGV might catch a rotation bid here as SOXX is fallen. It's risky, but Microsoft's certainly trying. That's why SPY's actually holding steady here. It's getting a little bit of liquidity. Crude oil has now gone negative on the session, rolling over a little bit. Your US dollar is melting pretty sharply here. Gold is making a big push intraday. IWM also trying to turn green. Big fat squeeze. So you are getting a nice buy program in software, guys, trying to push higher. Qs are lagging slightly with semis pulling back a touch here. Micron, Intel, AMD seeing a little bit of selling, but software is now trying to help the S&P do some heavy lifting. Oil has rolled over slightly negative. Your US dollar also starting to see some sell side pressure. WTI coming back into its opening range low and its prior day low. But definitely coming in. S&P liking the softer crude prices. I'm going to be taking a lunch break here soon. You have had some sectors firm up. Healthcare, consumer discretionary are back to the green side. XLK is still strong. Communication strong. Materials are green. Still have weakness in financials, energy, industrials, staples, real estate, utilities, and retail. The IWM as well has started to firm up, clawing itself back. Yeah, silver's moving up nicely, up 2.5%. Push intraday. Tesla still ripping. Microsoft trying to or trying to gain some liquidity here. Still inside of its opening 10-minute candle. Palantir trying as well. QQQ new high day. SPY ripping. SPY still squeezing. Looks like a new all-time high is incoming. Microsoft starting to join the party, breaking out of its opening range candle, back above 3 trillion, now into the gap window. So software is trying. IGV still remains pretty weak, but you're getting definitely some buy side pressure in mags. S&P pretty close to making a new all-time high. Yeah, that's the strange divergence, right? That we're seeing is gold lagging silver. I'm trying to think of what to make of it. I mean, the only thing I can think of is silver has the higher beta industrial side. So I guess with the strength in semiconductors, data centers, electronics, electrification, I guess there must be more of a demand pull on the industrial side, keeping silver fairly elevated, whereas gold doesn't have that industrial side. And with the market charging here close to all-time highs, people are less fearful, so there's no safe haven buying under gold. Maybe that's the only thing that I could really think of. Yeah, you good point, Kevin. Silver lagged gold for over a year. Yep, he did for sure. And then I guess you still have the Dixie, the US dollar green on the session. Yields are still green, so I guess silver's a little less sensitive for the time being. Though Bitcoin is still getting annihilated right now. Like, it hasn't performed well. I mean, we're short Bitcoin. We've been short Bitcoin for a couple days, so I don't mind that. But BTC is just so heavy right now, undercutting, almost coming into that 7-day moving average. Bitcoin's going to bottom in October. Yeah, I think Bitcoin's going to go back down. There's going to be some bounces along, but I think at least the 50 day is going to be retested here. But yeah, BTC is struggling. All right, we are seeing Intel, Micron seeing a little bit more selling. QQQ still holding 711. SPY getting bought up off of that dip. Nvidia still a beast, flagging sideways. I'm probably going to take a little bit of a lunch break here. So if anything crazy happens, Intel getting a pretty hard sell right now. Back to the negative side, INTC. Interesting. Sub 50K on BTC? Holy shit. Is that what you think is going? I mean, it's got potential, right? You had a bear flag break, another potential bear flag. I wouldn't mind 50K. I got my downside potential is 35. I don't think that's going to hit. But yeah, 50K right back to this previous support zone. I like it. I wouldn't mind that at all. All right, guys, I'm going to grab some lunch. We'll be back in a bit.